ค U2T. This event is organized by the University Social Responsibility and hosted by Nanhua University in Taiwan. My name is Guan Yilin. It's my great honor to be your host today. We are very honored to invite two distinguished guests, Dr. Tongming Li, President of Nanhua University, Dr. Yan Yi Li, Director General of the Department of International and Cross-Strait Education of the Ministry of Education. President Lin is online. Please say hi to everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to come here to participate Taiwan USR times Thailand U2T University of Social Responsibility 2022 SIG programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Lin. Now, let's present one video. President Lin's opening remark.
Distinguished guests, faculty members, and students, due to the pandemic, we have had to move the SIG event online. On behalf of Nanhua University, I would like to welcome all distinguished guests, faculty members, and students to the 2022 SIG Forum, Taiwan USR times Thailand. The aim of the USR project, which is funded by the Ministry of Education of Taiwan, is to encourage universities to commit to their social responsibility, invest in people, and use a humanistic approach to help solve problems in the local communities. This includes integrating knowledge, skills, and resources by exploring and participating in everyday activities to gain a better insight into real-life problems. The project focuses on developing key regional characteristics with the aim of realizing the long-term vision of the local community. Emphasis is also placed on strengthening local networking, attracting talent pools, promoting the application and expansion of innovative ideas, and driving the growth of the local economy. It has been 6 years since 2017 when Nanhua University first participated in the USR project during the initial trial run. Under Nanhua University's coordination, the USR project has connected Darling Township with its international counterparts and expanded the local Slow City initiative. Nanhua University has also been promoting local integration through various project initiatives with assistance from faculty committees, student support, and regional networks. In February 2016, the university succeeded in helping Darling Township to become a certified CETA International member, which is one of only 4 international certifications in Taiwan. From 2020 to 2022, with integrating slow city lifestyle with small town charm as the goal, the USR project focused on developing local culture and expanding the slow city initiative. After 10 years of promoting the project, it has been a long journey, overcoming numerous challenges, but seeing our accomplishments come to fruition. The hard work has paid off. We not only want to thank the team members and the local communities, but also for Guangsan for their unwavering support. In 2022, in recognition of our accomplishments, the Nanhua University USR project received the 3rd Global Views Monthly USR Award. The University Social Responsibility Initiative is devoted to integrating the youth with the development of the local community. For each of the projects, it has been a journey taken by faculties and students from the classroom to the township. In terms of engaging with the local population, The project team has put a lot of efforts into events, such as establishing a workstation, co-creating a lab, and engaging in discussions and lectures. The USR team has also applied for youth projects, integrated key local characteristics, attracted people aged from 15 to 35 to explore all areas of Taiwan, and encouraged the youth to learn and travel to rural areas to gain a better understanding of local cultures and traditions. The goal is to nurture the youth to passionately care about their homeland. Faculty members and students of Nanhua University have traveled to Thailand and collaborated with Rahamangala University of Technology, RMUTL, in several events. Using RMUTL as a base, we have been driving the Slow City initiative in Thailand by introducing it to local communities. In addition to Taiwan, the RMUTL in Thailand in 2021 also started a U2T, University to Tambong project. Team members of the project mainly involves undergraduate and graduate students, as well as members of the local community. The project includes promoting social development plans ranging from universities to townships. We do hope to use today's SIG event to share experiences from Taiwan's USR and Thailand's U2T projects. We also hope to see further collaborations between USR and U2T in the future. Lastly, I would like to wish all distinguished guests, faculty members, and students the best of health and a successful SIG forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for President Lin. Let's welcome Dr. Yan Yi Li.
Okay. Good morning, all the distinguished guests and Dr. Chongmin Li, President of Nanhua University. It's my pleasure to join this ceremony today. In the past few years, the world has faced all kinds of the challenges, including global warming and the loss of biodiversity, and poverty, hungry, also equal education, and of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. Luckily, we are all standing together to build a highly close and broad and more sustainable future. Higher education institution in Taiwan and Thailand, we are using the knowledge, technology, and the talent to partner with government enterprise, NGOs, and the local community. We all aim to arouse social concern and solve the social issue in an innovative way. Over the past few decades, rural areas in Taiwan have also faced a serious social issue, such as an aging people, pollution, and brain drain, also industrial stagnation. So Ministry of Education in Taiwan, we has implemented a national policy to promote USR, the University Social Responsibility, since 2017. The engagement of university, all the university, may bring creativity use, new technology, and innovative idea into rural areas. So through the USR program, universities are urged to invest their intellectual property assets and the human resource to affect local society and economic development. So we all look forward all the university to join development between campus and the community, through innovative education and research activity according to each university strengths and expertise. So in doing so, universities are fulfilling their social responsibility to society as a whole. Today, we gather together to learn from diverse perspectives and different projects and participants from various regions. Exchange your experience and expertise, and we can learn from our friends from Thailand. We look forward to creating sustainable city and community. Thank you for joining us together.
Thank you very much for Dr. Lee sharing. Now, we would like to take group photo together. Please turn on your webcam and we will take full screenshots. Please open your webcam. Thank you. Everybody already open your webcam? Please. We will like to take group photo together. Is that okay for everyone? Okay. We will go into first section. Could you please change your PowerPoint, please? Okay, the first section is the keynote speech for National Program Experience. Let's welcome our moderator, Professor Bo Chin Chen, and the speaker, Professor Supachai Batunaku.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bo Chin Chen, and I am the moderator of this section. I am now the professor of the Department of Natural Biotechnology and also the Dean of College of Science and Technology in Nanhua University. In Taiwan, the University Social Responsibility Program, abbreviated as USR program, has been promoted for about 10 years. And the goal of the USR program is to bridge the gap between universities and the local community and to solve the community's problems with the cooperation of universities. And in Thailand, a similar program called the University to Changpun, the U2T program, has been initiated and promoted since the outbreak of COVID-19. And the purpose of the U2T program is to solve the economical problem of the community affected by the COVID-19. So the purpose of today's event is to exchange experience and ideas of the promotion of USR or U2T program in different countries, both from national and the community's perspectives. So today, we are very glad to invite a distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Supachai Batunaku, to share his experience and insight from national perspective to show us how Thailand government promote U2T program in recent years. And Professor Dr. Supachai Batunaku received his PhD degree from the Iowa State University in USA in 2000. And he was the manager of Kong-Kin University Business Incubator and has been served as the director of Kong-Kin University Science Park from 2011 to present. And now he is the Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation in Thailand. So today, his topic of his speech is U2T, University to Tambon, how universities promote social change and the social practice. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Dr. Supachai Patanaku.
ครับสวัสดีครับ Thank you, Professor, for a very nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Nan Hua University for inviting me to this seminar. I'm very excited to share our experience. I would like to share our experience related to the project that we call University to Tambon. We call it shortly as U2T. The Tambon in Thailand means the sub-district or the local community of in the area. Actually, in Thailand, we have like more than 7,400 Tambons around the country. How the U2T start? Back to the year 2020, all of us around the world, we have faced with the COVID-19 pandemics. The pandemic leads to the economic hardship and also caused the many of unemployed new graduates. At that year, our ministry, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, we initiated the U2T project. The main focus is we want to help the new graduate to get job, to hire the new graduate. And the U2T project, at the same time, we also want the university in Thailand to help the Tambon, to help the local community to pass through the hardship of the pandemic of the COVID-19. That is the reason that we initiated the U2T project. At the year 2021 was the year that we worked in the U2T project for the whole years. There were 76 universities around the country in all parts of Thailand joined the project. But we just work with 3,000 Tambon, not all of the Tambons in Thailand. We just, in the first phase, we just work for the, back to the previous slide, please. Okay, and we work with the 3,000 Tambons, and the objective of the U2T, excuse me, please, like back to the previous one. No, not this one. Okay, thank you. And then we set up the objectives of the U2T with like the main objectives. First, we want the university and our employees, mostly are the new graduate, to work in the local area in Tambon to enhancing the social and economic development. Secondly, we also take this opportunity to ask the university and our employee to do we call the community data. That means like our employee go for to Tambon, they will to collect some of the community data that will be useful for the development. For example, to collect and analyze of the biodiversity data and also cultural diversities of the area. Thirdly, of the objective to promoting the country development in accordance to the real problem and the needs of the community. And the last one, this is the main objective of the project, to get for the new graduate to get the jobs, and also the university student university students in order to drive the communities. Next slide, please. In this in this project, we set up the employment for the project about 60,000 people. It means like we employ 20 people per tambon. The main part of the employees are the new graduates. We set up for the jobs for the new graduates about 30,000, 50% of total. And also we also hire the student mostly in the junior and the senior years for 15,000, and also the local people in the area is about 15,000 to work to collaborate in the projects. The next slide, please. And what they have done in Tambon, we have set the main parts of the activities that our universities and our employee going to work. There are 4 main types of the activity. First, to upgrade the local product. Second, related to the creative economies, including the tourism. The third one is about the circular economy, to do green, taking care for the green area or the green communities. And the last one, about anything that we can do the knowledge and technology transfer to help to improve the communities. The next slide, please. Here, for the total that we have done in this project for a year, we have done total about 10,310 activities. It means that we have done approximately 3.3 activities per tambon. So there are some of the activities there are various kinds of the activities that our university and student and the employee to work on. For example, related to agriculture is about 1,200. About tourism is about 1,800. And also the activity related to waste management is about 1,800. Here are the big picture of our activities related to the U2T. Next slide, please. Yeah, I can give you some example, 2 or 3 examples related to what they have done in the area. This one is taken care by Walai Alongkorn Rajapat University. That is the university working on the east part of Thailand in Phaya district or the Tambon Phaya in Sa Kaeo province. Our university, Walai Alongkorn University, and our employees, their employees work with the cricket processing. Then in the area, there are a lot of unqualified crickets that the crickets farm with a high death ratio and low exported value. To solve this problem, university has innovated the new technology in order to improve the product quality, not only developing the smart farm system, but they also do the cricket processing, for example, and create a prototype of smart farm just only for the cricket in that area. What they have done in a year, they can increase the income of the farmers, have a prototype of smart farming, for example. Next slide, please. Yeah, another example is related to tourism. This also work by Rajamangala University of Technology, Lana. The university was the president of Nan Hua University just mentioned before. The RUTL University work in the west part of Thailand at Tak province in the Malamot sub-district. They're doing like for the tourism, because in that area there are the varieties of ethnic groups living in the Malamot sub-district. There are a number of different cultures, beliefs, and the ways of life. So it's gonna how to bring the interesting characteristic to be the tourism. So for 1 year that they have done, they get like they create a new career for unemployed, doing the traveling guidebook, for example, and also introduce many of the homestay souvenirs and the local products. The next slide, please. Another example that not related to the economics, but related to the health of the people in Tambon. This one was worked by Khon Kaen University, that the university I was worked with them before. Is in Khon Kaen province. They do what kind of the telemedicine, the smart healthcare. According to this area, university would like to reduce the number of the non-communicable disease, or we know that the NCDs in the community by developing the very simple telemedicine for physical example. This innovation can explore many things and help to screen and help to protect the health of the people in the area. So after 1 year, they say like people understand the NCD correctly, and the number of the NCD in the community is declined. The next slide, please. Here are on the south of Thailand, taken care by Thaksin University in Patharung province. In that area, there are a lot of the oil palm, and the oil palm is used in various industries, and the production resulting in the heal of the waste in the community. So how we can reduce the waste of the oil palm, and then the project is to do the oil palm paper for packaging, and after a year of the project, they can reduce the palm waste in the area and make the additional incomes for the farmer and communities. The next slide, please. Not just only for the economic and the social project activities that the university and our employee have done in the areas. We also help the government to promoting and complaining the understand of the COVID-19, to train, to teach the local people in the remote area to understand and to how to do the self-protections of the COVID-19 in the area. The next slide, please. The next one, please. Okay, here are some of the key strategic focus of the U2T. Last year, we have worked it for the whole years, right? There are 76 universities around the country to join the project. There are 3,000 tambons. We have approximately 60,000 employees. The local people, 15,000, the new graduates, 30,000, and the students, mostly and the junior and the senior, about 15,000, join the project. And we also, out of our 60,000 employees in the project, it is compulsory for them. They have to learn full literacy online. We have set up the online course for all of the 60,000. They have to learn digital literacy, English literacy, financial literacy, and social literacy. It is compulsory for all of the employees. And also, we have some of statistics that not just only 76 universities working in the project. We also collaborate with many of the organizations, both the private and the public organization. There are approximately about more than 1,500 organizations or the agency that join our project. Some are the private sector, some are the big company in Thailand also join the project to do their CSR. We have, well, for the whole project, we have like create some of the products and look and simple innovation, the appropriate innovations in the area, more than 1,000 innovations. Some are in the system, some are in the process. We also transfer more than 1,300 technology from the university of some of our research institute to the area. And very interestingly, we like help to improve more than 1,200 product and service, that the local product and service. And we also help to create the more than 800 business in the project. Some are the old business, and to help them to improve, to create a local startup, 221, and also create the new social enterprise in the area, about 176. The next slide, please. This is going to be the last one. After the project, we also assess our impact outcomes of the project by using the social return on investment, or the SROI, to analyze the impact of the project. We found that the SROI of the project is about almost 5 times of the budget of the government budget that put in this project. We elaborate in many dimensions like economic, health, performance, network, and environment. Here are the briefly of our U2T project in the year 2021 for the whole years. The project not just only achieve what we want to do, especially to hire the new graduate student, a new graduate to get a job during the pandemics, but we also earn a lot and learn a lot from this project. It gives opportunity for the new graduate, the student, to understand the community problem, to work aligned with the local people, and make them to more understanding for our society, and help them to create and to find the opportunities to work on with their life related to our community, the biodiversity, the cultural diversity in the area. The project also gives opportunity to universities, make them to, work aligned with the communities. And some of the problems of the community can bring back to the university to be to benefit for the research, or to benefit for the teaching and learning of the students. I can say that the U2T project is one of the university social responsibility project that quite success in the last year during the COVID-19 pandemics. Thank you so much. That's all my presentations.
And thank you, Professor Dr. Supachai Padanaku, for your wonderful presentation. And I think that all of us, especially the participants in Taiwan, must learn a lot from your speech. And because I'm the moderator, so I think maybe I can ask the first question. Okay. In Taiwan, because the Ministry of Education, they push all the university to participate in the USR program. So I think that maybe more than 90% of universities get involved in the USR program. So my first question is that, would you please introduce us how many percentage of universities has get involved in the U2T program? And in Taiwan, I think the major difficulty of the USR program is to get more and more professors involved in the program, because the professors, they are very busy, because they have many things to do. They have to do academic research. They have to teach students and other administrative affairs. So in Thailand, would you please introduce how the government push all or more professors in the university to get involved in the U2T program? That's my question.
Thank you, Professor Chen. I think we face the same problem in Thailand. I answer you the first question. 76 universities that join with the U2T project. All of them are the public universities. That is mean like government-owned university, and we can say that almost 100% of the public university work in the U2T, and I can say that almost 100% of the universities in Thailand try to do the USR, but some are good, but some are not. Just only start one. The second question is how to promote or how to encourage professors in the university to work with the community. I think it's quite difficult also, because some of the university, especially the famous one, the big one, they are focused on the research and the publications, and then some not interesting in the community problem. What we have done in the past 2 years to encourage the university to work with the area, we have done many things, but I can give you some two examples, activity that we have done. The first, now in Thailand, we separate the university in 5 groups. It means like related to the characteristic and the performance and the potential of the university. The first group is the big university, the famous one like Chulalongkorn, Thammasat, Mahidol. This group gonna focus on research and global and frontier knowledge. The second group gonna be like focus on the technology and innovations to help the country to increase the competitiveness. The third group related to the area. We call the area-based universities. This is the largest group of the university in Thailand. There are about 40 universities were assigned into this group. At the area-based university, the university have to focus on developing the area that they are located. They have to do the research, capacity building, training, teaching related to help to improve the economic and social in the area. The second measure we have done last year, we also give the options for the professor in the university that they can do their academic ranking to be the assistant professor, associate professor, and professor, not just only on the works of research, but they can use their achievement of helping the community, the area, to promoting their academic ranking. For example, some lecturer or professor in the university that joined the U2T, they may not need to produce any publications, but they can use the case of the U2T that they have done to promote as the task, as the achievement to promote the academic ranking. This option of the promoting academic ranking can help many university and many of the professor in university to focus on helping of and work with the community and helping the local to improve the economic and social. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Badanakur, for your detailed reply. And I would like to introduce one of my colleagues, the Professor Yue Jiao Ye.
Hi.
She is the panelist of this session. And Professor Ye, do you have any problem?
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Chen, and thank you for Professor Pachunaku. I think that your lecture is very, very interesting. And we also work during the past years. So we also work as a professor. We work for the campus and to communicate with the community. But my question is, what is the role of the company or the entrepreneur in Thailand and to communicate or cooperate with the university and the government for the 2UT project?
Yeah, because like this is a good question.
Yeah.
Because like there are many types of collaboration. For example, there are some of the big company in Thailand, they also work their CSR in the area already. And then the CSR of the company is like they mostly are related to some of the economic or the social improvement, right? And when we have the U2T, they also join and bring their project to join us. And also we ask them to enhance their role in some area related to the topics that we think the community wants. That is gonna be this part that are like many of the big companies in Thailand they join this part. Second, about the local products. How to help them to get to the market. We also ask many of the department store in Thailand or the local store to help the local people for distribute of the products to the department store or to the local store. That's a really success, and some of the product can get into the market by the help of the company, by the help of the supermarket, the big one also.
That's good. That's great. So I just wondered that the government provided so many the budget for the university, my question is, the company also provide the budget to the university or just cooperate with the university?
In U2T case, they just collaborate with the universities. And if they have budget, the budget will go to the tambon, not the university. Go to the community, not the university. But university help them to for the activities that they have done together.
Okay, due to the time limitation, I think that we should close this session and move forward to the next session. And thank you again for your wonderful presentation, Dr. Patanaku. Right?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
inviting. Yep.
Thank you, Professor Supatrai Batunaku, Professor Chen, and Professor Ye. Let's move on next section. The second keynote speech is Community Program Experience in Thailand. Let's welcome our moderator, Professor Hui-Ling Shi, and the speaker, Associate Professor Taiwan Usr Thaland and Professor Thanatip Danku. Let's welcome.
Oh, hi, good morning. This is, the name on the program is called Hui-Ling Shi. So it might be a little bit for everybody to know me. So please just call me Amy. And I'm a professor of National Zhongzheng University, which is just the neighbor of Nanhua University. And it's about less than 10 minutes driving from National Zhongzheng University to Nanhua University. And that's why I also put my son in the Nanhua University, and he's graduating from the Applied Sociology Department and going to the Sustainable Development and Green Technology Graduate School. So the collaboration between me and Nanhua University has been a long story, and it's really a great honor for me today to be the moderator of two very important speech today. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker. And I think according to the time and location, our first speech will have 30 minutes to go. And then second speech will have 20 minutes. So I will introduce our first speaker first. As you can see in our PowerPoint, our first speaker is Professor Safen Sundramanhe, and she's serving as the Dean of College of Interdisciplinary Studies. And I really admire anybody who can do interdisciplinary. Okay, and I'm really truly interested to know how you can do interdisciplinary studies. But as I see from your PowerPoints, I think it will show very well to us. And now, if we know, we can all know from the program that she is also the director of the U2T project. And as far as the interdisciplinary is concerned, you can see from her educational background that she's a PhD in bioscience in Japan. Wow. And she majors in not only that bioscience, but also sociology, anthropology, social studies, education, and she majors in or her main work is actually sociology and community development, and which is very challenging now in throughout the world. Will be what she's doing now, which means that she's actually doing the multi-state holders to put all the civil society and then to try to practice local democracy in social cultural aspects. And I think we have to learn a lot from her today, and from the records that we have about the speaker. We understand that she has had more than enough academic and social experiences in presenting the topic today. And the topic is role of USR in promoting engagement and strengthening community development, especially concentrating on lessons learned from the U2TU model. And now please allow me to hand over the floor to our speaker today. Thank you very much. And please clap. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chi. And I would like to thank Nanhua University to invite me to join this conference. Okay, Now I would like to share my presentation. Okay. I would like to share by myself.
Is there any technical assistance? Oh, okay. Our organizer will do that for you. Okay.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Okay. After you listen, Professor Supachai, she talk on overview and output, outcome and result of U2T project. Let's come to my topics. Is the lesson learned from U2T of Thammasat University. I have 4 topics today. Overview of U2T Thammasat University project. Second one, operation of Thammasat University. Overall result and conclusion and suggestion. The first one, overview of U2T TU projects. After the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation launched to university to propose projects, I invite 6 faculty and 1 institute member who are at Lampang campus to meet and discuss on the project on behalf of Thammasat University. In this picture, in this map, I think you know Thammasat University have four campus. The main campus in the center, such as Thapa Phajan campus, Rangsit campus, and another campus, Pattaya and Lampang campus. This project start at Lampang campus, so is affecting to area collection are in the north of Thailand. So we gather a team of about 30 people from 6 faculty and 1 institute to jointly implement the project. At first, we select area in Lampang province, but has been allocated area to other province. So we got 50 tambon under Thammasat University responsibility, consists of 26 in Nan, 6 sub-district in Chiang Mai, 16 sub-district in Lampang, and 2 sub-district in Pathum Thani. Okay, from the project objectivity to Thammasat University activity. Number 1, to develop the potential of people in the area. We have upskill, reskill to people in the area on English skill and social skill we develop as an online lesson. Number 2, to enhance the utilization of the resource base to be a green economy and can generate long-term income. We focus on cultural resource, social resource, and natural resource, which are in community to be capital and develop product and service. Number 3, to develop and employ worker in the area. Thammasat employ worker more than 1,000 employees to work in the project. And the last one, to create a community database according to the mission of the Mahesi of the ministry. This objectivity we use application with developed by ministry for collecting community data. So for operation process of Thammasat University, the first step establish project management team. In the policy level, rector give vice rector for planning, vice rector for legal affairs and administration Lampang campus, and vice rector for finance to contact with ministry and administration team of project. Rector gave me manage team and organized among 30 lecturers of Thammasat University. Okay, for step to recruit target group, I think you know in the sub district we will employ staff 20 position to work in the community, 5 for people in the community, 10 for new graduate, and 5 as a student is studying in the university. Okay, Thammasat got budget for manage in the project total around 164 million baht. Okay, for the step recruit target group, we cannot recruit target group fully 1,000 in the first time of the recruitment, essentially students, because some area in the rural, undergraduate or student study in the city. So we cannot recruit fully in the first. For on process of selection, we use heads of government header in community to be a committee, such as director of school, heads of Tambon Health Promoting Hospital, president of sub-district administrative organization, village headman, and other experts in community, because all of them know the most applicants. However, the project stipulates that everyone participate in the program must develop skill in 4 areas: financial skill, English skill, digital skill, and social skill. So all 4 skills are available online in government agency, but Thammasat University has a meeting to develop 2 skills according to potential of the teacher, which are English skill and social skill. So I think online lesson is essential for pandemic period, and maybe we can use it for our students in the future. So we develop two skill for staff in the community. Okay, for English skill, we provide in 3 levels. There are elementary, intermediate, and upper intermediate, or advanced level. For English skill, developed by lecturer from Language Institute of Thammasat University. After we pre-test, we found the most of staff are in pre-intermediate, more than 500 people. Okay, for social skill or social literacy, we develop in online lesson 2. There are 2 faculty and 1 college being responsibility. The topic on community education to upgrade district development plan and preparation of strategy, developed by faculty of social administration. The topic on law, right, and basic social welfare, developed by faculty of law, and the topic on community tourism and creative tourism, developed by my college. Thammasat used for guideline in the sub-district development. The number 1, like development and create a new career. We upgrading top and create new product based on community resource. And number 2, create and development of creative economy. We will focus on community-based tourism and creative tourism. And number 3, knowledge for community service as healthcare, elderly care, and technology. And the last one, promoting the environment, circular economy. We promoting to plant the several trees for food security. So there are various projects in each tambon. Some tambon is more than 10 projects. The project start operation in February. However, we face the COVID-19 pandemic, so we cannot go to the operation area since April. Therefore, the operation guidelines have been just to be online in the first period. Online lecture and workshop consists of English for tourism, creative tourism, community-based tourism, online training for vegetable and food security in sub-district, social enterprise and startup, community product design, fundamental of notion regarding quality of life development and vulnerable group in community and community health system, and introduction to circular economy in the community. This online program are planned. We think this online program are planned to be able to achieve the goal set by the ministry. We use many online lecture and workshop. Total around 176 workshop to show in this picture. 32 online workshop on English tourism and online workshop on creative tourism and community-based tourism, online workshop on project on vegetable and food security in sub-district, and online workshop about social enterprise and startup. Online lecture and workshop are a part of learning process. After the lecturer, we have staff presented their progress on local operation, such as how to organize, what is the new product, what is the upgrade OTOP, something like that. The speakers are both experienced professor at Thammasat University and private organization, especially the business sector that operate on online product marketing. We got help from Herbstarter to be a mentor in the online marketing. Herbstarter is an online platform. Is have an objectivity to help community product and to sell in the worldwide. Okay. For the result, for the result budget use, we use budget around 162 million baht as in salary of employee staff, around 122 million baht. Budget for development in the community around 39 million baht, and the most is for operation and management around 200 million baht. To be more detailed, our quantitative performance, we can plant more than 25,000 trees for food. We can develop and extend more than 300 products, including handicraft, processing foods, health product, and health service. We can develop more than 50 tourism attraction or creative tourism activity. There are online lessons on both English language skill and social skill. As last, community can register their community enterprise. This is our product of fabric are being made into bag, handbags, scarf, and bedding. And this one is our product too. In this picture, we use many community resource to create a product, such as this one. We use eco printing technique to print fabric and create a bag, and the middle picture, we used identity of community to print on fabric and create bag or carry on. And this one, the right picture, we used ethnicity. We use ปากากยอ identity of ปากากยอ cultural fabric to make bag. Okay, and this is one of the best practice using cultural capital in community to create a product. This was designed from cultural identity. SM jewelry of Sanian sub-district, Nan province. Sanian sub-district have Mian people who are outstanding in art and handicraft, skills in silverware and exquisite and beautiful embroidering. Mian are in the ethnic group who value of silver jewelry not only for beauty but also to show social status. The pattern on the SM jewelry from mixed from silver and pattern from the Mian fabric. Okay, I think Sanian staff use this cultural capital to design product. And this one is the best design idea. Women bags are designed by taking the identity pattern found in the community, such as pattern in temple, church, ancient site, and antique, which each area is different, to convert to graphic and print on the canvas to be designed as a bag, which can be used for all ages. Such as pattern from ceiling star. This one is ceiling star. Both proud and woman fabric. In Nan province have a lot of identity of fabric and animal in the belief. For example, in Nan province has an annual boat race tradition. Each village has its own racing boat, so the pattern that appear on the whole are different and have a unique identity. This cultural capital are available in the community. The young generation who study design using cultural capital to add value to product. Therefore, see the value just be used in the production of product and the meaning of the product. I think the pattern can also be used design other products such as bedding, show, and bag like this. This pattern can be used in the design for bag, for bedding, for the show. Okay, and this one some like same. Okay. For example of this is use of a cultural capital in the community to develop unique product. And for example, Ban Kiu sub-district in Lampang province, they use natural resource capital to develop modern and unique product. This group rely on a local rice variety called Khao Kam Na Yai Si Nuan as a mixer of dough to make toy for children, and this one is dough, and this one Ban Kiu use Khao Kam Na Yai Si Nuan to make bubble tea. This one is bubble tea. In the box, they will have how to make bubble tea in the box. If you buy, you can make by yourself. And Ban Gil have any idea? The idea of branding is to make a pair, giving them to name ปลายฝนต้นหนาว ปลายฝน is mean late rainy season and ต้นหนาว or mean the beginning of winter. Customer will buy in the pair. This product is in the end of last year. This product is sold very well. Okay, after we create many products, we think how to buy, who is buy our product. So the first for the marketing, we think many channel to buy our product. The first one, the product that was developed in each sub-district in terms of both extending the original product and developing new product will be put in the catalog of publicized to customer and to be able to share online media more easily. The young generation can set up a system in online marketing very well. Most of them have ability to use online media to sell products. And this one is some sub-district have organized cultural market. Naga sub-district organize cultural markets organize cultural market to sell product in the community with other cultural activity or offer environmental health and tourism activity, which is the work of the whole project by inviting community and government sectors, the private sector, community leader and people in the area to join this activity. These are the atmosphere of the cultural market for exhibition in the project of Naga sub-district. For example of community enterprise is from Rim sub-district is an example of a young generation of people who want to build a career in their hometown. Their project allow the young generation to rely on government mechanism to create a group enterprise. To the administration to be continue, staff in some sub-district register as a community enterprise registration. In addition, this logo was designed using the identity of both head in the community as a product brand and register trademark with Ministry of Commerce. Okay, for some interesting finding, we found several interesting points. The first point, caring for the elderly in terms of income. In the rural of Thailand, there is a problem of elderly people with no income. The young generation in the project has an idea to generate income for the elderly based on the work that the elderly can do at home. In addition, Tambon Rim already had the wisdom of basketry. Therefore, process the idea of making coffee cup handle with the idea and making coffee handle from bigger bamboo will reduce the use of plastic by one piece. And this idea was presented through the media on Facebook, causing a large number of people to share and make people under product that come from overall the country. The young generation is responsible for QC, stock management, and delivery of goods product, which is a job suitable for the young generation which have knowledge of management. The second point, revitalizing cultural capital by using and creating a new cultural capital. In addition to the project, will help right the economy, generate income for people in the community and social development, also cause cultural inheritance, cultural revival, reviving the disappearing culture or lost many has to come back to have new power in the community, such as reviving the wisdom of weaving natural drying and using ancient weaving technique by young generation. And the third point, young generation can be a force for the community. A young generation in the area is an interesting group as they graduate from various fields of study, have a skill need for the 21st century, have commitment to entrepreneurship, and they want to return to build a career in their hometown. And the last interesting point is value cultural capital in community exists in a wide variety of ethnic groups. Okay, sometimes we may not see it, but the young generation who had diverse knowledge may see those valuable cultural capital, for example, pattern in the ancient site, antique in the community to create a product. Okay, and this picture on the date of presenting Thammasat University project result on 29 to 30 December in the last year as Etnan. This picture is Minister open this event. Okay, the last topic today. Conclusion and suggestion. The first one, Thammasat University mobilize human resource and knowledge from many disciplines to help the community. Meanwhile, teachers can create online lessons for the community and encourage rural residents to use online system to communicate and work amid the coronavirus situation. The role of university to helping the community is becoming more clear. Another point is that community capital includes social capital, cultural capital, and natural resource capital in the rural area of Thailand, and in various ethnic groups. There are still many and valuable and ready to develop to use it to enhance the economy and society. Moreover, empowering the young generation who have diversity of subject area, 21st century skill, have the energy to want to work, create a career in your hometown, and want to be an entrepreneur. And the last one of conclusion, when the young generation return to work to create job in rural area, will help solve the problem of land abundance and elderly abundance. Okay, for suggestion as a project management, we choose create a space for the young generation to think, to design, and to participate in the creation of a local community and led by the local government, may be called the differently. For example, creative space, sandbox. So I think young generation can be a force for develop social and economy in the community. I think that okay. Finish. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much. Yes, we truly learn
慧玲，你的麦克风没有响。
Sorry. As our previous Dean Chen has done, I want to just maybe propose a very important but simple question to you. Maybe first one comment that I really truly appreciate your central idea that you said in your conclusion, that you want to create a space for the young generation to think. I think our young generation does not think very much. Okay, not like our generation, and to think and then to design, which means that they will become creative, right? They have to do whatever they think is appropriate, and most importantly, to participate in the local community. And I would think this is the very important spirit of our cooperation of the two projects. So I have three little questions, but what I want to do is that, because we have another speech, so can you just write the question down, and then maybe we can do all the questions together in the end. Is that all right for you, Safon? Yeah. So I would have little questions. Like, first one will be how can you promote interdisciplinary, which is not very traditional, right? So how can you promote interdisciplinary project, not only to the students, but also among the academically well-established faculties? Yeah, this is my first interest. The second one is that you talk about sandbox. And I want to know whether you have started some sandbox projects in your, maybe your university or the whole project. And third is that, because I'm a law professor, so I'm truly interested in, those really beautiful things, or those traditional cultural patterns that you have developed. Do your law professor help you to maybe to apply for some legal pattern to protect your design? Okay, because pattern is, it's very expensive in the market, so we would need maybe some legal protection. And so these are the three questions that well, maybe we can have some other questions from the floor later. Okay, so please now let me introduce our second speaker in this session, which is Professor Tanatip Changkong. And she's also interested in very different disciplines, especially from mine. And she was educated, she had a PhD, and her educational background covered biomedical engineering and electronical engineering, which actually I myself do not know the real differences between them. Anyway, for me, it's all engineering. Anyway, but she not only teach and research, but also she have done a lot of volunteer work, and her research interest is in machine learning, digital image processing. Oh, that is very much connected to law. Okay, and then engineering education. Okay, so many engineers that I know, they are truly good researchers. But when we put them in front of the students, they always say something that is not understood by the students, because they are too outstanding, too academic. So when I saw that you had a expertise on engineering education, that truly interests me, right? Especially how to teach interdisciplinary students doing some engineering. I do not know whether you train them to write programs or things like that. Okay, so today the topic is university engagement in local, which I think is very important, in local knowledge and youth participation. As myself, I mean, my expertise is mainly on children, and there's a UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and that especially talks about participation of the young generation to our community. So that is very important, I think, and I hope very much that I can hear from you how you can give local knowledge, or maybe to encourage the students to learn more local knowledge on their own initiatives, and then to promote youth participation in the Thailand university or around communities. Now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot of topic that I really want to share with you, especially with engineering education. But today I will talk about the U2T experience, and that we can actually it can be used in the classroom later.
Sorry, do we have a PowerPoint to share?
Oh, I will share my screen.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, so I have to apologize to all the audience that I didn't send the slides to all of you prior to this talk. So I sent you a link in this chat, which is my presentation.
Okay.
It is on.
Our organizer will share that to all participants.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, do you see my screen?
Yes, it's appearing. Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will start now. Good morning, everyone here. My topic today is university engagement in local knowledge and youth participation. This is my experience while I was working at University of Payao U2T project. Right now, I'm moved to Chiang Mai University. My area is in Law Sub-District. So a bit about myself. Right now, I'm in computer engineering at Chiang Mai University, but prior to that, I'm formerly an electrical engineering lecturer at University of Payao. And I'm also a chair of the IEEE Thailand section SITE. SITE is short for Special Interest Group on Humanitarian Technology. Okay, so if you have a link to my presentation, you can open my link, and there is some link to external link that you can look for the information. Okay, so first, as I listened to the presentation of Professor Saifon, and I agree with her that about how to youth is the main power to drive the community development, and I am as responsible for the project at Law Sub-District. I would like to tell you about the background of this area first. If you search about Law Sub-District, you will see that there is a famous attraction in this area, which is the Vieng Law ancient site. So you can see from this map, which we create from the U2T project. Here, they're very attractive about the ancient site, which they have about 20 ancient sites in the area. But when we talk about the Law Sub-District, we will think about Vieng Law ancient site, just only Vieng Law ancient site. But actually, when I work in the community, I found the problem that new generation does not interested in the old style tour. When you go to the ancient site and you told them about the history, it's kind of boring or something. And I see that actually there are some other attractions in this area, not only the ancient site, but the community that doesn't see that, and they didn't put it as an attraction. So we have a goal that our project must benefit the people in the community. And the other point is that I can see that we have a lot of local wisdom in this area, which is one of the attraction, but they never put it as the main point of the area. So from this problem, from this point, for the U2T, I have a goal. I set my goal, my broad goal that I like to create a local wisdom-based tourism for a new gen traveler. You can see that there is a keyword that is a local wisdom. I want to bring the local wisdom to the world from law sub-district. I want to bring their local wisdom to the world, and it could be set as a tour, as a tourism, and this tourism should attract the new generation to want to travel to see this local wisdom tourism. For your information, in the bottom of the slide, I have a link to my slide. So if you don't have a link, you can type the one that in the bottom. Okay, so I would like to tell you about my success output of the U2T at law, the sub-district first, and then I will go back and tell you how we come to this output. So I would like to show you that our output from the U2T is that we have the Peng Lung Cafe and Learning Space. Peng Lung is a local language of Northern Thailand. The meaning is that a brighten, a very shiny, and this name Peng Lung is come from the team member of U2T. They create this name. So I would like to show you the media. This one is the Thai PBS, which is the TV channel in Thailand. They come to do the media, the story about the story of U2T in Law Sub-District. The name of the show is Localist. So there is no sound of this media because it's in Thai. So I just give you just only a picture. So I just want you to see the output of our project, our U2T project. This event is the open house, the day of the open house that we show the community about what U2T did in this area. You can see that we have a lot of learners. You can see that there is a pizza. I will tell you later why pizza. In this area, in this Peng Lung Cafe and Learning Space, we have a lot of activity for traveler to learn the local wisdom. This one is like a paper cutting to create a traditional hanging flag of Northern Thailand, and this one is a snack, and this one is a clay oven and clay stove that created by U2T. Okay, so the key point is that you can see that on the day of the open house, we invite people in the community and the school in the area to see that we create this learning space. The U2T create this learning space, and U2T is the one who teach, transfer their knowledge to people who come to this learning space. This one is very popular because everyone loves pizza, right? And this one, you can see that she is a U2T. You can see by the shirt. And this is the map of the ancient site that we have created. And this one is the clay stove that they built. I will tell you later about this one. So today, the open house day is the day that we present that the key point of the new kind of traveling in law is not only ancient site, but you can come and learn the local wisdom in Vieng Law. So here is the environment in the law sub-district. I have to say that my area may be different from Ajahn Saifun because here this is a community of agriculture base. community, and they don't have no product, no business in this area. So the difference of the society is that they want to create something, but they don't know how. They don't know how to use their capital, their in their local to be to add a value to that capital. So it's kind of different from the community that already have some business and they can continue their business. So this one is another clip that I will show you that they work on this stove, and then after they have a stove, after they build a stove, they try to taste experience on how to use some local ingredients to make a new menu, such as they use a black glutinous rice in the community to create a pizza dough. And here this is how they build a stove, and then they use like a local menu to put on as a topping of the pizza, and they use the local flour to create a new menu, which is very fun because at that time that they try to create something like that, they test everything. They test everything that they have in the community, try to bake it. This one is fish, and this is a longan. They try everything, and it's so much fun for them. So for the activity in the learning space, first we have this is the design of the U2T at Law Subdistrict. They have some activity base. The first one is making khao khap. Khao khap is a traditional rice crispy snack, which has in a lot of many village in northern Thailand. So this is a local wisdom, and they put this one as one of the learning activity in their learning space. The second one is making tung or the traditional hanging flag. They put it as one activity. And the next one, which is quite you cannot see in other places, is that making ancient cement, because here because we have an ancient site here, and people here can create the ancient cement to develop to reconstruct the ancient site. So we have used it as one of the activity. The next one is that the clay stove, as I mentioned to you, they put this as an activity in the learning space, both teaching how to create a clay brick to build a stove, and also teaching how to make a pizza in this stove. So this is another activity. And the other one is that the charcoal kiln. This kiln is used to make a charcoal, and they also can got a byproduct, which is wood vinegar. And people can come to learn about the concept of how to make a charcoal, how to make a wood vinegar with a local wisdom here. Okay, so that's my output, the output of the U2T at Law Subdistrict. But what is the journey of how we create this thing? So I have summarize it into 5 steps that we work. First is that we let them explore the world. Actually, the stove and the learning space is not the what I told them to do, but it come along the way of our journey, and they choose it, not what I told them to do. So first, I let them explore the world first. I let them learn the new things. The second is that after they learn the new things, I I asked them to find some common interests of the team, and I will go into the detail later. After they find some the things that they're interesting, I let them do it. When you dream it, let's go do it by yourself, and then they will have experience and learn how to do it. And then after they can do it by themselves, the next step is that I ask them that they have to transfer their knowledge and their skill and their experience to others. And next, after we plan to transfer their knowledge, I develop their skill to be a facilitator, to teach other people. Okay, so the first one is that at the start of the project, I don't have any idea what we want to do, what we want them to do. But I told them that I will give them a new experience, things that I believe that would benefit them, and things that they request that they want to learn. So there's in this picture, there's a lot of activity that it's like I throw everything that I think good for them to learn. This one is they learn how to take a photo, make a media. They learn how to edit a video clip, and this one they ask me they want to learn how to build a clay stove. And yeah, and here they learn how to fly a drone, take a picture by a drone, and this is their output, the picture from their fly.
Sorry, Sanata, we may have to control the time. I'm sorry.
Okay, so 5 minutes, right? Okay. The second one is that I asked them what is their common interest in the team. So they select the clay stove for making pizza. This step is because I want them to be the owner of this project, not what we told them to do. So I think this is the sustainability. So the next one, they just when they choose to do the stove, they start to build it. They learn to do it, and they experience the failure, and they learn how to overcome that failure, and then they become an expert. And we also, because they're so focusing on making a pizza, so I take the expert from Chiang Mai to teach them how to create a pizza, how to make a pizza. And it's a very happy activity that they learn so much from the expert, and they got a new menu. Okay, and next they asked me that they want to do that charcoal kiln that I mentioned earlier, and they just build it. Okay, so the fourth step is that I asked them that they have to transfer their knowledge and their skill or their experience to others. So I just I let them make the infographic about their experience, and they learn how to do the storytelling. And the next one is how to develop their facilitator skill. Is that we bring the guests and the traveler to learn from them, and they can practice their skill to teach other people. Okay, so the key success of my project, I think that we have to focus on people, space, and knowledge management. We build capacity of the people. We have a space for them to be their own space, to let them use their creativity, and we manage the knowledge of the local wisdom, and they put to the transfer knowledge. So here's a link. This one is the last one. It's the link to our media and the website that you can look at for more information. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Right. Sorry to hurry you up. We really want to hear much more. And you told us how important the local wisdom based is. I think that we also need to learn that in Taiwan. But now I have an administrative problem to ask maybe, is Ding Chen still there? Because of my incapacity, it looks that we do not have time for the questions.
Professor Shi, I
Yes,
think
please.
the time will be available. So if anyone has any questions or comments, yeah, I think everyone can.
How much time do we have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you.
Then okay, right. Stefan, the 3 questions that I asked you, maybe we can communicate through emails. Okay, so we open the 5 minutes to the floor first. I suggest. Do we have any questions from the floor? Please raise up your hands. There's a hand sign on your screen, so you can just press that, and then we'll let you talk. If you do not talk, I'll keep talking. Okay, so please. Do we have a question? No? Really? Everybody done so much? Wow. Then maybe Saifong, maybe then you can start with your answer.
Okay. For the first question about how I organize among 30 lecturers to organize this project, right? So in Lampang campus is a small campus, so we have experience to work together before I organize U2T project, because our university and my college have a standpoint to support community and develop a community based on interdisciplinary study approach for manage this project for manage this project. We use online meeting monthly always. And the second question, you ask about pattern. We use a pattern in the community to create a product, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay. For using pattern in a community to create a product, we have experience in our class. We teach on socio-cultural resource management. We try to link the knowledge with cultural capital in a community, and we use our lecturer from faculty of fine art to support in the technique. Okay. And the third question about sandbox. Okay. How to design sandbox? I have no experience about organize sandbox by myself, but Thammasat University have 88 sandbox policy.
Wow.
To support new startup for sustainability development for young generation. If young generation in the community would like to develop startup, entrepreneur, something like that, we can support the process to developing startup. Okay.
Oh, that's right. Because I myself is responsible for reviewing all the USR project in Taiwan now in the Ministry of Education. And I would very much like our team to learn from how you set up the sandboxes in Thailand. Yeah, that is really great. Okay, so one more minute. We have the last question for. Yeah, we don't have. Then can I have a little bit of question? Do we have Sonatip still there? Is Sonatip still there?
Yes.
Oh, great. A little question for you. I'm truly interested to know that a young researcher for you, how can you come up with the idea of local wisdom based? Because normally wisdom comes from people of like my age. I'm 60 years old. So, wisdom is from people from old age. And young people always do not like the ideas of old people.
Yeah.
So how do you convince yourself that the old wisdom is important and especially becomes the center of your idea to create your educational program?
Actually, I have to say that because I'm an engineer, right? So when I go into the community and I talk to the old people with the local wisdom, or even when they told the story about the ancient site, I think about it is a scientific base. There is a scientific and engineering concept of that local wisdom. So actually, even it is the old knowledge, but it is based on the idea of thinking and researching, trial and error of the old people, right? So I just think that because the student in the local, they cannot come to study like a STEM, science, math, technology in the city, but actually they have this local wisdom is the capital, is the topic that they can learn science, math, technology, engineering from this local wisdom. So actually, my 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 goal is to make the STEM education from the local wisdom, which is we try with the school in the local area, and they're very happy with that. Yeah. And so when you think about how they build a stove, how they use the clay to make a stove, um, because right now we use a cement, right? But they can use the local ingredients to build things, to build the ancient site. That's something that we can use is as a topic to study. Yeah.
Wow, that's a great end of this session. So I will, I will officially close this session and hand this over to our moderator. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Xu, Professor Tanatwi, and Professor Saifont. Let's keep going. The third part keynote speech is Community Program Experience in Taiwan. Let's welcome our moderator, Associate Professor Wei Yu Chen. The speaker, Distinguished Professor Jinping Tang, Assistant Professor Ze Yu Xu, and Associate Professor Su Junyu. Welcome.
Okay, thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Wei Chen, an associate professor from the National University of Tainan. It's an honor and a great pleasure for me to take the moderator for this important SIG event. For USR experience, I'm a cross-education inclusion partner with Kaohsiung Medical University USR project in Namasha. Namasha is one of a Kaohsiung Aboriginal area, and we are committed to developing sustainable indigenous environment education. So we know participating community development that enhancing employability and the responsibility, not only local residents, but also university students and the faculty. So in these sessions, we invited 3 keynote speakers to share their experience in community program in Taiwan. The first speaker is Professor Jinping Tang. Professor Tang is a distinguished professor of political science, and he also a director of University Outreach Office at the National Zhenji University. He is a prominent scholar in community development and environmental policy and governance. Recently, his effort to promote just development in the neighboring communities of the campus. So he engages scholarship that trains students and local entrepreneurs. Today, his topic is the people making as key of surprise making. So we welcome him, Professor Tan. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me share the screen. So you see, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's my honor to join this very wonderful meeting conference. First thing, I feel very glad to meet the old friends, Professor Siphon. She has been in Taiwan in at least 3 years and keep very close contact with us. And another old friend is Huiling. So Huiling, she probably left. Well, I worked in.
I'm still here.
Oh yeah.
So please mind what you want to say about me.
Yeah. 6th floor. I'm the 7th floor in Zhongzheng University. Yeah. All right. And another old friend is Ying Xuan, very prestigious students from our school. And another exciting point here is that the presentations from Thailand side is very much in tune with the efforts with us. So we did a very similar things, and we can share the experience. That's wonderful. And I standing for my office, not for the school. That's the complicated story, but I make it short. In recent years, the new president reject to give us any resources, so the office is still there, but it's an empty office. So I need to make efforts to sustain the office myself. But I still own the name, so I can still speak for the university, at least from the office. All right, so here I have a very quick review of the USR in worldwide and in Taiwan too. Very early days, we got the university as a social group. If you see all this faculty, or you see the first university from students is Bologna in Italy, and the first from teacher is from Paris University. They are all social groups. But when it evolved to 20th centuries or earlier in colonial days, they turned to the very close partners with the business and the government that can. They work together to benefit each other. So there is a framework we call triple helix. They combine together to enhance each other's benefits. What they fail to do is to engage in the social benefits. So social groups turn to a business person running very good business to earn big profits from donation, also from the benefits from the business. From enterprise, but they forget to take care of the interest of the school. So some schools in Europe and the United States and also in Japan start to think what is for the social. All right, so we start to this kind of reflections about 10 years earlier, and we start to have we call social innovation, but later we turned it to what we call USR, and this USR turned to be to fit to the need of the development of this country. We need to develop some kind of local sustainability, which means that a lot of local places suffering from poverty and stake of the stake developmental problems. So we start to promote what we call placemaking in Chinese 地方创生. So universities start to work in this part just like Japan. So we can say we learned it from Japan. All right, so but we can do something to have our figures very interesting development later, and that's what we do, what we try. But here we come to some kind of structural problems here. I know many schools, including myself, including Nanhua or Zhongzheng, similarly, we escape from triple helix, but we get into what we call project-based subsidy. We all earn some subsidies from the government. So we need to get some finance and data persons engagements from the students and faculty members who all come from the subsidies from the government. All right, so we need to meet this KPI that the government want to see. So you surrender your interests, you surrender your goals for this KPI. The KPI is very short-term imagination. You need to give some very brilliant, very shining reports so that you can get the money next couple years. So that's kind of a short-term game mentality, and we need some kind of new patterns. So in the past 10 years, I was struggling for this and start to see some results without the support of the universities or the government. We can still do something. Okay, so sorry. So here comes the interactions of the different elements. We need talents. We need people who have some kind of imaginations. We need stable staffs to get involved for long term. But once we don't have the finance, we need the project renewed, but the project's probably subject to the policies of the government, probably cannot be renewed. Then we cannot have long-term engagement with the local people. And we also need some ideas to be implemented. We need to first identify local problems. We also collect the knowledges and solutions from both academic and the local, and we see some kind of co-creation of values from and the co-design and the co-productions. The possibility is there, but the structural problem is that we might lose the financial support. So financial independence become most important things. So the thinking here is to reduce our dependence on the finance, external finance, come to what university can do best. That is to train the talents. We provide talents to local to find out some leverage points that the community can transform. Can develop their place making. So I give it a name called gas station. Gas is very strong wind gas station project. And for now, it's breeze at the best. It's not a gas. It's not very strong breeze at best. But in the long run, we think we can do that. We can do by providing students some interest, trigger their interest by introducing them to the local projects we have, so that we can train them to become very strong wind. The concept of the wind comes from Japan. Again, we learn a lot from Japan. They call these persons moving between urban place to the rural place. Very unstable people. They will travel to the rural place for fun, but when they found that there is some opportunity, or they got some kind of interest in staying there, they will stay longer, and eventually they might settle down. So what the Japan placemaking is doing is to try to catch all these people, catch all this wind, and to settle in the perished rural place. So we are doing the same thing. We see the similar trend in Taiwan. People moving out of the rural place in urban will seldom get back. So the poverty become more and more serious in rural place. So we come back to our education, so we'll depend less on the financial dependence, and we can do something more important, I think, is to get local partners stronger, empowering them, and so they will develop their own ideas, and we can step aside to help them rather than providing them some kind of labors or providing them some kind of financial resources ourselves as a poor. So we can do a lot of things by sending our students there to work with them, so they will be a very more endurable bilateral relations in these places. All right, this is the image I create for the concepts. This is the Taipei Basin. Rich people living in the plain and the center, and around the basin is mountainous areas. A lot of people, especially indigenous people, living here with a lot of restrictions. You cannot cut trees, you cannot build things because water for the city coming from here. So the job here is that we build up a gas station we call blowing stations here. Like the Lilian, you can blow all these seas or the winds to local. In local, we develop a lot of projects. Daxi, I think Professor Saifon been there long time ago, and Fuxing and Wulai. We start from Wulai, and later all these places extended. And these places are published, but because of a lot of restrictions, so we bring up new imagination for them, and we bring students to this place. We blow them to this place, and this place will train the students locally, and students may not stay here, but they might move around all these different stations and eventually find interesting place to stay. So we get a prominent case like Yingxuan. We blow her too hard, so she flew to Thailand. She will share the experience with later. But anyway, we got all these projects in different localities and get students to involve. So the following slide, I will show you the projects and how students might involve. The bee come to rescue. We developed a bee project, very interesting project, originally from local, and we get very exciting involvement in this. All right, the first thought was that my assistant tried to provide some kind of passive income to local poor indigenous people. They own the land but didn't know how to use the land. But if we can have some kind of project that we can create basic income for them, then we'll improve their poor condition, and they encourage them to do something new. So how to increase their income? We came to an imagination of putting the beehive on their lands, in their farms. This is very important because the bee can generate honey, and we sell the honey, and then we can pay them for the passive income. Very soon we thought that what kind of bee we can have, we can raise. Eventually we decide to raise what we call Oriental bee. We collaborate with another university in Yilan, so they can raise a certain kind of bee we call local bee. Local bee is more important than Italian beef because Italian beef will perish, will die all of a sudden because they die. They cannot survive with a little bit change, climate change. So they are quite risky because they might destroy local bee because they are very strong, but they might be destroyed by the weather. So if we can generate local bee, then we can improve the diversity here. And very important because when the farm start to have our beehive, they need to do some organic farming. If you put any pesticide, you will kill the bees, then will suffer. So we sign a contract. You cannot use any chemical, and that's very, very important. So we increase the food safety, we increase the biodiversity in the rural place. And most important thing is that how can you get the funding for the bee? It's not that easy because when we try to pay the farmers, the landowners money, we need big amount of money. So where does the money come from? So that's the best part of this project. University here know a lot of urban rich people here, and we play a role to collect a lot of investment for the beehives. So we sell the beehives for 10,000 Taiwan University New Taiwan dollars, which is roughly the same as Thailand dollar. So if you buy one hive, you will own it for 4 years. Every year will pay you interest about 4%. So means that after 3 years or 4 years, you will earn your interest together with the 10,000 New Taiwan dollars. We return that back to you. So you are actually making an investment rather than a transaction. Then you create a lot of different kind of incentives for urban people. For example, when I want to send my wife Valentine's gift, all right, so I can send her a flower, a bouquet of flower, but the flower will die, and it doesn't mean too much. It's too traditional. So I can send her a contract. I tell her that we are having a beehive in the rural place. Then we will have a 1-day trip to see the beehive, and we'll have a meal to have something to do with the bee honey, and we will have a lot of fun in doing this. So in this, we connect urban rich to the rural poor, and each party will have their needs satisfied. All right, so this when we collect a lot of this kind of money, we can make this project sustainable, self-propelling, not counting on any support from the government. All right, so I think my time is coming up to the not enough, so I will speed up. All right, so in this we pursue a lot of different goals in one shot, in one effort. We can also have a lot of networking for the local people, mobilize local people to do their career. And we start to have our students to develop the 1-day trip arrangement. We start to have our students to think how to promote the bees, the local bees, not local honey in the projects. And also similar to Thailand, we try to dig out the local knowledge about the local bee to show the students how they can use this. All right, so the role of university is right here. We get contact with the social engaged parties, other universities, and nonprofit and enterprises, or also religious groups, especially governments. We can engage them to all these local projects. And local projects run by local people. We are not interfering how they operate that, but we'll provide them some local external support. We are providing them their interpretation of their efforts with the worldwide values like sustainable development goals mentioned everywhere. So this kind of linkage can maximize our roles in helping them. We also do a lot of programs. We have regular programs, departments, general educations. We especially have some international English programs. We involve a lot of foreign students, and we also have indigenous students but running business locally. And we offer some cross-country training. And we are having with education program with Chiba University in Japan. Recently, we involved Hong Kong, and very soon we'll bring students to Siphon's place, Tamasa. And so all these kind of connections allow us, our students, to see what you can do from an international perspective. We also have all these local stations for them to get involved in daily practice. All right, so the following is that we get some picture for you. Daxi is the place. We recently hang up all this kind of mark. This mark is means that we have some university can also use this station. This one is in Japan, Kaga. Mid-January, no, mid-August, we'll bring students to Kaga for training. Okay, this is the plate. So different from a lot of schools, we didn't target the young professors to get in. We target the professor like Shi Huiling with middle age crisis to think about the future. We are retiring soon, so when we retire, you will have a problem of reimaging the title removed from your name card. What would you be? You can be social entrepreneurs. You can be a farmers. You can be a farmer, farm managers, or you can incubators for all these kind of students, new business. All right, so this is the path we developed in the past 10 years. We got the first step is as a philanthropy projects runners. We start to do some workable models for long-term engagements. We try to get some institutional adjustment for capacity building. Once we get back to the university level, this part is very important to do. And most important, we try to empower local self-actualization. Means that they do that for themselves. We do that for ourselves, and together we benefits. Right, thank you very much for your listening.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tan, for sharing. I can learn a lot from your presentation, especially for the beehives. Yes, thank you. And we will discussion later. Thank you, Miss Professor Tan.
Yep.
And now the next speech and the next presentations will be interacting slow city lifestyle to build better community with a small town champ. And the original the speaker is the Professor Jin Hong Lim from the Nanhua University, but unfortunately he feels sick and can no longer speak. So I hope he will get better soon. And now their team member, Professor Zhou Yushu, who is Nanhua University USR project co-director. He is also the chairman of the Taiwan Travel Association. He is committed to promoting life in the livable town, the framework of slow city. So Professor Xu is here with us to share their community programs experience in Daling townships. So now I will pass you over to Professor Xu. Professor Xu. Thank you.
Professor Xu, I can hear your voice.
We can.
We can see your slide. Yes, very clear. Okay, please. Yeah. Yes, please. Sorry, Professor Xu. We cannot hear you. Now it's very clear, but when you show your slide, your voice is disappear.
What? Yaxuan?
Yes, Professor Xu, may I share your PowerPoint by my side and you just talking, okay? If we want to turn the PowerPoint, please say the next, okay?
Yeah, yes.
Excuse
Professor Xu, sorry, we still can hear your voice. So,
But I can hear Professor Xu.
really?
But
Your voice is perfectly okay.
It's okay here. So probably Water's problem.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry because in our office we don't hear the voice.
No, I cannot hear the voice.
So maybe it's the Wi-Fi or connect in the Nanhua University. I think we are okay here.
Okay, maybe if it's possible, we invite the Su Junyu professor to the presentation first.
So Professor Yu.
Yes.
Sure. Could you give our presentation now? Maybe we're
Sure.
okay.
But I think the voice is okay.
Yeah. I think it's okay. But
All
maybe
right.
they have some problems.
Sure. I can give the talk first.
Yeah. Okay.
If it is okay with Professor Xu.
Yeah. Thank you. So let me introduce. So let me introduce your.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. So now we need to change the speak. The next speaker is the Professor Yu. Professor Yu is here today with us. Now, Professor Yu, she is a chemistry. She is a associate professor of chemistry and biochemistry from the National Zhongzheng University. She is also USR project co-director at the National Zhongzheng University. She got her PhD in chemistry at the Purdue University, and his research interest is organic methodic chemistry and the development of 2 and 3 dimension polyscience material. I know Professor Yu, he do a lot of science education for primary and secondary school. So today, Professor Yu is here with us to share her experiments of science education, science plans for the primary and the secondary school. So let's welcome Professor Yu. So Professor Yu, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. And I would like to thank the organizing committee to invite us to have to give us a chance to share what we have done and what is our work with our local communities. Is my voice okay?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. My title today, I'm talking about the highlights of our USR project in promoting the equitable and quality science education in Yunlin Jiayi areas. And my name is Sujin Joyce Yu, and I would like to show you the map to begin before my talk. And you can see in the map, Taiwan is right here, and Thailand is over here. And I'm going to enlarge the map, and you can see the Taiwan. Here is the National Zhongzheng University in the middle part of Taiwan. And you can see closely in our practice field is in Yunlin and Jiayi. And this is the southern part and central and southern part of Taiwan. And you can see from the west coast is the sea coast, and the east side of the Jiayi area is close to the mountain area. And I would like to begin with to show you the challenges and the impact assessment of our project. Before we do that, and I will show you, I have to apologize for a very crowded slide for this one, but I promise you I will work through with you the slide. First of all, if you can see the 2 maps, Taiwan maps on the slide, and showing the city competitiveness of Yunlin County and Jiayi County, which is ranked the bottom of the whole Taiwan. And also the cultural and the educational capability also ranking in the bottom. And why is that? And that's because the challenges we are facing, because these 2 areas are traditional agricultural and fishing villages areas. And we have poor infrastructures in education and transportation. And most of the family have low income and facing a serious out-migration. And you can see in the a box right here, for example, for the Jiayi County, in the year of 2020, the population density ranking 18th among 22 counties or cities in Taiwan. And the population, about 20% populations are elderly. So we are becoming a super aged society in Jiayi County. And also in year of 2018, the average earning for the family is about ranking the bottom for the whole country. So besides the poor infrastructure in the education and transportation, we have a lot of low-income family and serious out-migration. So the population density increasing yearly. And we are facing a super aged society, and the grandparenting families lack of parent involvement in the children's learning is a serious problem. And also lack of sources and difficult in attracting and retaining teachers also is a very, very major threat to our education. So that the city competitiveness, and just I mentioned earlier, the cultural and educational competitiveness are far behind the national average. So all of the above challenges make Yunlin Jiayi area the most disadvantaged area in Taiwan for school learning. So after all the examination and the impact assessment, we realize in the long run, the education should be the key factor to turn around the current society and economic status of people in this area. So our university, hopefully, by bringing the USR project, can bring in the positive and significant impact on promoting the equitable and quality science education for these disadvantaged students. And here's a picture showing our practice field in 2021. And you can see the red spot here is Zhongzheng University. And around us, there are more than 30, about close to 40 schools are our practice field. From the west side of the near the sea coast, there are two Yunlin County middle schools and high school. And for the mountainside, we have Jiayi Mount Ali primary school and secondary school. So all those schools we are working with are short of educational resources. So we decided to take actions for the United Nations SDGs, and we are focusing on the 4.1 SDGs. As we know, by 2030, the goal is trying to ensure that all men and women learn, and also all children complete free, equitable, and high quality primary and secondary schools education for relevant and effective learning outcomes. And beyond that, and we also include the ecosystem protection, sustainable energy, sustainable development, disaster prevention and adaptation, climate change, ecological protection, restoration, and also protection of endangered species in our projects. And our strategy for our project is trying to, our goal is setting up to bridge the gap between urban and rural areas and improve learning effectiveness and also reduce the educational resource disparities. And our approaches are providing multiple learning channels and also cultivate scientific and hands-on ability to the students, and also improve scientific literacy for both teachers and students in these areas. And here's our targets and contents. Our targeting, there are two sides of our targeting, both students and teachers. And for students, we are leading our university students from National Zhongzheng University. We're providing professional courses and also providing service learning courses in science lectures and also training as the assistant for activities, which will be providing to the high school and secondary school and primary school. And also we offer off-campus teaching and talents cultivating for the university college students. For primary school and secondary and high school students, we provide hands-on practice courses and lots of popular science and science education activities and master science lectures and science fair works guidance, and also in-depth visits to large science museums. And most importantly, because a lot of students in these areas are disadvantaged, so we provide free and quality one-on-one after-school tutoring for these students. So for the teacher categories, we manage a social networks for teacher communities and offer teachers empowerment workshops and help them in the curriculum developments and teaching material developments. And also we provide lectures and workshops for science fairs. And also we bring in the off-campus visits. And here's some slideshow of our program and our activities to the local communities. We provide science lectures for junior high and high school students. And those are the pictures of those activities. And you can see during the pandemic, we also provide lectures online. So those are the classes in their school, watching the lectures, and you can see from the bottom pictures of both sides. And also we provide inquiry and practice courses For example, the basic science experiments and Lego tracking robot course, and also campus ecological observation, archery courses, chemical modeling, and we also provide science museum visits because in these two areas we are lack of the large size of a science museum. And so we bring our students to Chelongpu Fault Preservation Park, and this park has been established in the after the 9/21 earthquake of the year of 1999 in Taiwan, which is very severe, and this is commemorate the fault. And also we bring the student here and to provide on-site lectures to let the students to see in person about the fault and how the earthquake actually hit us. And also we bring students to the Phoenix Valley Bird Park in the ecological park, and they can see all kinds of birds and kept in the park, and they can learn all the ecological system for the local environment. So the in-depth science museum visits, not only for the junior high school and also for the senior high school students. And we offer the guidance classes for science fairs in person, and also in pandemic, the COVID pandemic, we provide online training courses. And those are the teacher empowerment workshops. For example, the information technology workshops, the online workshop for science fairs, and the physical education classes for teachers. And finally come to the college student training. And those are the courses we provided to our Zhongzhen University students in spring semester of 2021. We provide 12 different classes and bring them some professional training. And for example, this is the spring astronomical observation workshop for college students, which performed in May the 1st of year of 2021. We bring them to Mount Ali, and we provide 2 workshops on the top of the mountain. And we collaborate with the Luling Observatory, and also showing them actually in practice how to observe the skylight and the astronomy. And here's our self-learning courses for college students. And their practice field is local middle schools. And those are students, and after they learn in the class and bring it to the middle school and help the students, the middle school students to learn science. And here is the bottom 2 is the Darling Middle School for the information creativity for the IT classes. We also offer the Nobel Prize guide reading activities for our college students and local high school students. And here's the 2021 pictures showing our lectures. We also offer the student competition, and that's the junior high school competition for the scientist biography reading report and 4-frame comic competitions. And that's high school competition for creative science short film competition. And that's college competition for innovation for sustainability competition for college students. We also creating habits on campus of our CCU campus to preserve the biodiversity and for the ecological education. And in the trail of our campus, we built up an ecological pond and to provide the habit for a endemic species. This is the farmland tree frog, so 侏罗树蛙, which is a very special endemic species of Taiwan. We also can see the bottom picture is the crab-eating mongoose, and that's an endangered species. We also found that in our ecological pound. And lastly, we will introduce you we collaborate with the Xinchuan second-hand bookstore in Minxiong because we like to offer free and quality after-school one-on-one tutoring class for disadvantaged students. So, for example, in the year of 2021, the CCU students we offer CCU students 3 classes of service learning classes, which is called the application of class aids to remedial teaching. And there are 365 college students participated in this program. And overall, there are about 400 disadvantaged students who has been tutored. And we offer 3,000, over close to 4,000 hours of tutoring through this program. And those are the slides of the pictures, and you can see from the pictures, and if the students are getting a better improvement in grades or in their class performance, and there will be a word of pride providing to them to encourage them to study more. And those are some tutoring classes, and also a Christmas party from the Rotary Club, offer the tutoring party. And after that, non-stopping media interviews and non-stop news reports are reporting our collaboration with Minxiong secondhand bookstore, because we provide the disadvantaged students a new hope. We bring the new hope to them. And here's the incomes and impact and outcomes for our efforts. And thank you for your listening. And I would like to thank the funding from Ministries of Education and also Ministry of Science and Technology. And as Professor Tan mentioned in the first part of this talk, and he said the funding is never enough. And I agree with that. And thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Yu, for your intelligent presentations. Yeah, thank you. And we will discussion later. And now it's time for Professor Xu. So Professor Xu.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. I think it's very clear. So are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Let me share my slide for everyone.
Okay.
So can everyone can everyone see my slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay.
But now it's disappear again.
Disappear again. So
Professor Xu, there's no any slide on the screen. Could you please show your slide again, please?
Okay. So can you see my slide?
There's no slide. So, or anyone can help show Professor Xu's slide?
Professor, I will share my screen for your PowerPoint, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delays due to the announced problems. I'm very sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, so I would like to continue. Hello, everyone. Today I'm great to introduce our USR experience. It's the story about slow movements. Specifically, we focus on the philosophy of slow to create a better lives in the countryside. Next. Before I introduce our programs, let me introduce our university first. Our university is located in the south central parts of Taiwan. We work together with many partners universities in Thailand. Next. Nanhua University was founded in 1996 by Master Xin Yun and built with the collective efforts of millions of Fo Guangshan followers. Next. for the issue like slow movements. We have been working on it for 10 years. Next. I will introduce our outcomes from locals to international. Next. Thank you. Nanhua University is the only one university in Tallinn Township, Jai counties. And Tallinn Town is a rural village located in south central Taiwan. Actually, the town is a typical traditional villages and faces the problems of population decline and the serious aging. Next. For the needs of stakeholders, questionnaires and work calls were applied in different fields. Next. Why Tallinn became the certificate slow cities? The stories go back to 2013. Our colleagues introduced the mayors of Tallinn to know the slow movements and help the towns to get the certificates in 2017. Next. Okay. In these years, we have the Tallinn town to get the resources to reserve the cultural access from government, such as our theater, street house, and old hostels were revitalized for improve the development of the town. Next. Okay. For improving the aging town, we empower the young people for local action, startup, agriculture, and marketing. Okay, next. During the companies of the 6 years, one local young team was built, and they got the national project about 3 million new Taiwan dollars by themselves. Okay, next. For documentary, the local memories, we collect all photographics from local peoples. We also try to keep the image from now, such as citizen journalists, to keep videos from Tallinn. Next. Okay. As Professor Yu just mentioned, founding green tree frogs is endemic and a protected species in Taiwan, and almost all orans lives in Tallinn. According to the studies, more than 70% founding green tree frogs live in the bamboo forest. This means that their habitats are highly overlapping with ours. It's very contradictions for the ecology and the income. Next. For solving the problems between habitat, agriculture, and the income, Nanhua and the local communities found a ways together. Okay, next. I think slow travels may be the solutions. We suggest the local farmers do not use the pesticide and be an eco tour guide. In the evenings, they can guide the tree frogs in their farm and sell the bamboo shoot to the tourist directly. Okay, next. To investigate the distribution of tree frogs in the town, we use mobile phones as sensors and develop an AI systems to find frogs. Next. As regards the slow food, this concept may be another ways to improve the solutions. We have collect and improve many bamboo shoot recipes from community for keeping the traditional cookings. Okay, next. We spread our experience to nearby township. Okay, next. Nanhua has resource inventory for each communities in Tallinn. Okay, just as mentioned in these figures. Okay, next. We bring local industry and the local communities together to make regional influence. Okay, next. Nanhua University has 3 local workstations and 1 living lab in communities. Next. More actions for health promotions, underprivileged groups care, and slow travel are conducted in the town. Next. In Taiwan, many small towns just like Dalian. How can we work with them? Next. Okay, so we came back to CITASRO Internationals. They have 7 macro areas from energy to partnerships in a chapter. The 7 macro areas in the chapters like administrations, guidelines for the mayor. Next. To June 2022, there are around 300 cities in the world. Okay, next. The criteria of population for cities must be below 50,000. Actually, Taiwan has about 70% townships meet the conditions. Okay, next. Additionally, we also need towns that are interested in the CITASRO concept to work together. For example, we work with the CITASRO Taiwan Networks to have the first one CITASRO Taiwan Network Conference. Okay, next. We also empower the members of the CITASRO Taiwan Network. Okay, next. What's the pathway we start from local to international? Okay, next. We started from social practice course to Chiang Mai and my hometown. We learned many local knowledge from temple, community, schools, and NGOs. Okay, next. We cooperate with local social enterprise, such as all parks or pie. And we did students try to build the wild boar house in school, drug rehabilitation centers, and the local communities. We also let the local kids know the recycles of the plastic bottles and the aluminum cans can make money. Okay, next. However, we need more local partners and the tools for the actions. MUTL is our sister school for many years. We started the cooperations from design thinking with slow movements. It's a good tool to join us together. Next. Under the COVID-19, the international students between schools became difficult. Nanhua and the MUTL study on online design thinking workshop to find a possible way to practice the slow movements. Okay, next. Okay. Although Taiwanese students cannot go abroad to do the social practice. However, we have many international students in our schools. We let them know the ideas and all slow movements and practice in Dalian. We think in the near future, after they graduate, they are the seed of slow movements, and they can take these ideas back to their countries. Okay, next. It's our global colonization experience from Dalian to international. Okay, next. Okay. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Xu. Thank you for sharing your excellent experience in Dalian. And it's time to conclude these sessions. We are going to move on the next session. So if anyone have a question from the floor, we will discuss the panel discussion sessions. Okay. Oh, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. And we will go into the last part. The last section is Young's experience sharing in Taiwan. Welcome our moderator, Project Assistant Professor Zhi Qi Yang, and the speaker, Yingshen Li. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, all the distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to join today's seminar. I believe it's changing knowledge and share ideas and crucial ways to learning from each other and to shape one's horizon. After we learning for the experience and the projects for the Thailand and Taiwan. Next, our speaker, Yinshen Li, is going to share his very, very good experience. Yinshen is a graduate student study in ethnology in the National Zhenji University. Since college, she has studied as an international volunteer in Taiwan, China, and Thailand. With several years of learning and periods in the social information and the social agreement. Last year, Inshan established our organization, Let's Echo Home, dedicated to pursue equity education and opportunities in the rural areas. Today, Inshan and her team's main focus on the rural area in the North Thailand. They empower youth to have more skills as well as encourage them to learn from their home culture, aiming to current culture. Cultural education method. The methods create opportunity for young generation to exchange knowledge and for young to dream more opportunities of empowerment. And now, let's welcome Miss Yinshen Li to show her topic, social agreement of a young generation for the challenging to operate it. Thank you. Yinshen.
Thank you, Professor Chi. And also thank you for Nanhua University to invite me to share about my experience. So first, let me share my screen. Give me a second, please. Okay. So can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So thank you for Nanhua University to invite me. And also, I'm really grateful to listen to the professor from Taiwan and Thailand of all your experience, which are amazing. And let me learn a lot from your experience too. So I'm Yingshen, and today I will going to share my topic of social engagement of young generation from challenge to opportunity. So first, a little background about me. I'm now a founder of our team, which name is Let's Echo, and I'm also a master student study in ethnology in NCCU, which is Zhenji University in Taipei. And I'm also the Youth Advisory Committee at Ministry of Education. So during my past experience, I do a lot of things about volunteering, which are in Taiwan, Thailand, and also China. And I also have visited different countries to share about my experience about volunteer. So that's Echo, which is the name of our organization, which are focusing on education, culture, history, and organic. We hope that we can establish a world, a place that every youth, every young generation will have a chance to have equal opportunity to choose their future. They also can have equal opportunity to learn, no matter from school or no matter from their village or no matter from the world. So we hope that together we and the youth can make impact on the local community. So this is our goal. This is the goal of that Echo. So when we get started, we are young student volunteer back in the year of 2016. And last year in 2021, our MPO officially established in Taiwan. So today I will going to share my experience as a youth who do social engagement. So the first question is why youth and why social innovation? For me, the world is a changing world. There are so many challenges that is happening in the world, such as climate change, such as less of biodiversity or gender equality, or education inequality, such etc. etc. So for me, only innovation can help us to change the world. As a youth, we will always have different kind of ideas. We will have different kind of thinkings. Those innovation for me is a way that we can challenge all this impossible social issue. However, when we get started, there are always a lot of questions from the people that they will question about why we are doing this. For example, someone will tell me, "You are too young. It's impossible for you to do this kind of things." There will always have people tell me that you are still a student. Why don't you just study hard and get a good job after you graduate? And there will also have people tell me that you are very young, you have no resources, and you have no money, no found. How is it possible for you to do all this kind of social engagement? How is it possible for you to do all this kind of things? So these questions are always asked by people in Taiwan, in other countries, by my parents even. So these are the challenge that we are facing in our hearts. But luckily, there are also people who support us and help us a lot through our way long. And school is the first place that helped me a lot, who always give me chances and give me idea that I can get this project go through. So in NCCU, in National Zhengzhi University, there are a lot of different office and opportunity or project that is aiming to help young people to start their project or try out their project. The first one is the Office of Student Affairs in NCCU, which is also the first place that I start to have funding coming from. When we start our volunteer journey in 2016, this is the place who supports us about our maybe flight tickets or living expenses in Thailand. And the second one is the College of Commerce, Xinyi School, which also gives us funding for us to buy plane tickets to visit different countries. They will also have some guidance who teach you how to write project, how do you write the plan that can make it, which is more complicated. And the third one is the College of Social Science in NCCU, which is also my home college. So in these places, they also have different projects and different chances for the young people to join in. For example, they will give us funding that can support us to go abroad. They will also give us guidance, which professor from Zhengda, they will help us to learn from our project and learn from different kind of social issue and try to figure out which is the better solution for the local people. So the fourth one is the NCCU Innovation Incubation Center. You can understand it as a student startup places. So in this incubation center, they will have a lot of teacher. They will teach us how to write project, how do you go to competition, or how do you present to people. So in these places, they will give us chance to join competition in NCCU and in different places in Taiwan. So this competition can give us the first funding. They will give us money, which can let us start our MPO after all. And the third thing is they will give us mentor. So in their project, they will have 1 year mentoring project. Each month, we will have a teacher who will talk with us about our project, talk with us about what we are doing, and talk with us where can we change to make the project even better. And no matter it's about finance, no matter it's about law, or no matter it's about our project itself, they can always give us the mentor, which can help us to make it better. So for me, school is the first place that I start our project, and it is also where the failure is acceptable. So even though we will have project change, we will have some failure, we will have some obstacle, but in school, in NCCU, they all accept this. No matter you do it very great or you have something that you have to make it better. The teacher in school, the professor in NCCU, they will always help us to figure out which is the better solution and how can we make things better. So what is that echo and what are we doing now? So when we first start in 2016, we are a youth volunteer who teach Chinese in local school in northern Thailand. So because of the history reason, after the 1949 Civil War in China, there are a group of Chinese people who flee into northern Thailand, which make northern Thailand's Chiang Rai and Chiang Mai now a place in the mountain area. There are several Chinese schools. And the students in this Chinese school, some of them are lack of resources. Not most, some of them are Chinese people, and also some of them are other ethnic groups, such as Aka, Lisho, or maybe Dai people. A lot of them are from different backgrounds. But most of them think that if we can learn Chinese better, we will have a better chance to get a better work in the future. So parents will send their kids into Chinese school to learn Chinese. So when we just started, we are a volunteer teacher who teach young kids in the Chinese school every winter and summer vacation. But after 2 years of teaching in the local school, after this kind of short-term volunteer in the local school, I think that how can we make things better? How can we work with the local people? And together, if it's possible for we to have a bigger project that we can do with the local people. So when we just get started, we will do a lot of data collection and digital history data, make it digitalized. So in the village, we go to interview the elderly in the places, ask them about the village, ask them about the history, ask them about the war in the history. And we also go to the museum and collect a lot of the pictures or documents in the museum. We digitalize them and scan them and put them into the computer to make them into e-documents. So through this work, we will know more about the local history. We can also learn from the old second-handed documents. We also interview a lot of the people from the village, no matter they are teachers, no matter they are workers, no matter they are store owners. We interview them about the local education situation, about the local business, about the tea business, about the coffee business, or about the tourism that is happening in the village. After this, we also join in their daily life. We will dance with them, play with them, join their daily cooking life or selling things with them in this in the elementary school. Through all of this work, we will really learn about the local people. What do they think? What do they think about their life, about their future? What do they think about their kids? What do they think about the village? What is the problem about the place? It is elderly people too much, or it is the education system is not good enough, such as this. So through all of this job, we think that okay, they really care about culture and really care about education. So if it's possible to make both of this concept together to make impact in the village, so we think that although all of the young people will want to leave their home country after they graduate from high school, but the local knowledge is also very important. The local knowledge in the mountain area, no matter it's from Chinese people, no matter it's from Thai people, no matter it is from other ethnic group people such as Aka people, these are the knowledge and the skills that is really important. And also, there are so many stories and so many opportunities in these places. If it's possible for us to let the kids to know more about their things, it is possible for us to let the young kids to learn about their local knowledge and really want to work for their places when they are still young. So after we have this concept, we think that, okay, we want to start a camp. We want to start a project with in the local school. However, as everyone knows, something called COVID-19 has arrived, which gave us a really big challenge. After we have things planned, after we buy the plane tickets, after we book everything, the COVID-19 is here. So we have to change our project. But after all of this, after about 2 years of working, now I think that COVID-19 is not a challenge. It is not an obstacle for us. It is actually opportunity for us. Because of the virus, we are able to think out of box. We are able to think about what can we do after we cannot travel to Thailand. So we start our online course series based on our learning from the local people, based off our experience and linkage with the local people. We hope that we can combine all this local knowledge, combine the culture, and combine the history, and also other skills to let the local people, let the local students, which is studying in Chinese school, to learn about their culture and also gain more skills that is not in their school, not in their schools. So our students are students who is studying in junior high school, which are about 13 to 16 years old, and they are studying in local Chinese school. So we record a lot of online courses, which are about history, about culture, about finance, and about media literacy and others. And all of our examples and all of our stories are based on local knowledge. For example, the history, which is about why Chinese people want to immigrate into Thailand, why they have to study Chinese, why they have different kind of ethnic groups in the village. And about finance, we will talk about how do you manage your pocket money. If you have $100 given to you by your parents every day, how can you manage this kind of money? How can you use this money to go to school or buy snacks, etc.? And the culture is the most important one. In this course, we asked a teacher who is also graduate from the local Chinese school. She is now a student studying in Taiwan, and she is also Thai people. So we asked her to combine her local experience, her cultural backgrounds, and make it into a course. So she can talk about her hometown, she can talk about her home culture, and she can also tell about the stories of hers to the local students in the Chinese school. So after we do all the online courses, we will start our class in the local Chinese school. When we first get started, because the local school, they don't have enough teacher that know about how to use computer or how to link to the internet. So we will send the video file to the teacher we cooperate with in the local school, and the teacher will download the video and print out the handout before the class. Then the teacher will play it to the students in the class time. So as you can see in the picture, in the left-hand side picture, all of the students will sit in the classroom and watch the big screen together to look at our online course. So this is how we get started in the first way. So they sit in the classroom and they will write their handouts while watching the video. And at this point, the president in the school, he thinks that internet is not. He thinks that internet will have bad influence to the students which are too young. So he banned the internet in the school. He thinks that students should not use cell phone or should not have internet while they are learning in school. But after one semester of working and communicate with the president of this Chinese school, the president allowed us to start the online distance learning together with the students. So in the second semester, starting at the second semester, we start a line group with the student. We use line group to play a YouTube video, which are recorded by us, the online course series that is recorded by us. We use YouTube to play the video to the students. The good thing about this is we can play for about like 10 minutes and we can pause the video and review it with the students and also collect their questions and answer their question. And the students, they can also write the handouts while watching the video and asking questions to us. So we can manage the classroom. We can know about how the students feel, what they think. Do they have any questions or other things? So in the second way that we are working right now, we can know about their reaction in time. And we can also communicate with the teacher in the school and communicate with the presidents of this school in the same time. So in this class, the student is not only watching video and writing handouts, they also have to do group discussions. Every class, they will have about 2 to 3 questions that they have to discuss together. And this is also another kind of challenge to the local Chinese school, because most of the school are using the teaching method that is more outdated. So most of the students, they will just read the they will just read the words and they will just write in the classroom. They don't really have the chance to discuss with their classmates. But in our class, they will have the chance to discuss with their classmates. So they have to answer open questions. The question don't have the correct answer. They have to answer the question based on their experience, based on their idea, and based on what they think. So through this kind of way, we can encourage them to think about different things. And even more, this class become an official class in the school, which means every student is required to take this class when they are in junior high school. They have to join this class one time every week, every Saturday morning, and they will also have to take midterm and final exam, which they have to. We will test about how do they understand the class? Do they really know about what we teach, and what do they think about the class? So through handouts, group discussion, and the online class and final and midterm exam, we can understand the students in different kind of ways. Also, we have one of the culture exchange with high school in Taiwan this year. Because we can start to do this kind of online teaching, we can do this kind of online culture exchange with high school in Taiwan. We asked high school students in Taiwan to share about their culture, Taiwan stories, and their experience as a high school student in Taiwan. And in the same time, we also asked junior high school students in local Chinese school in northern Thailand to share about their life experience. What do they do every day? What it's like to be a junior high school student in northern Thailand? What do they eat? How do they go to school? Such as this kind of things. So through this kind of online exchange, students from different places, from different backgrounds, from different age can share their experience and talk with each other. So we think that this is a kind of way to let them exchange their knowledge. And we also have an interview with the students, with the teacher, and also with the presidents from the school. So through interview, we can really understand what the students think about our class. It is too hard for them, or it is too easy for them. What kind of things they want to learn in the future? What kind of things they hope that we can add it to the class in the future? We can collect their idea and simply change our online course and give it to them, make it better for them to learn and to study. So after about 1 year of study, so this semester is the third semester. So we have do this kind of online course for almost 3 semesters. So after this, we got really positive feedback from the teacher and the presidents from the school. They say that it is nice to have extra lessons for kids in the mountains to widen their horizons. For them, that this is really a new experience to learn this kind of course online. So in 2021, we only have one class and 38 students. And now we already have 4 classes and 160 students. Next year, we will expand our class to 3 schools, which will be 480 students in our lessons. So we think that this is really a new way to for us to communicate and help Thai students that is in rural area in the mountain area. And we also are thinking about to have a cultural teaching material for them. So now we are working with a student who also graduated from Northern Thailand's Chinese school and now studying in Taiwan. We are working with her to start our new project, the picture book. We hope that we can use story and use picture to help students to think more about their local knowledge, to think more about their culture, and try to use this kind of material to give local Chinese school a new way to learn and to have different kind of things. So this story that will have story, audio, and cultural introductions. And this is a storybook that we hope to release this October this year. So after all we have done during the COVID-19 situation in Northern Thailand, which is online, we think that this kind of cultural education is not only a project, it can become a method. So we are hoping that we can make it into a 3-step method. The first step will be to explore. We hope that the young people, the youth, they can explore local culture and help them to find their connection with their hometown. Let them to know that there are a lot of important culture and wisdom in the local places. And step 2 is to learn. We want to empower youth to learn about their local culture, history, knowledge, and other skills. So that will be using our online core theories. And the third stage will be to practice. We will encourage the youth to really join into the community, really participate in local work, so they can also launch their own project. So with a company with the students and empower the youth, we hope that the youth that is in rural area, they can use their skills, use their wisdom, and use their local knowledge to really help their places to change and to have a brighter future. So for me, social engagement are always full of excitement. Of course, they have all kind of obstacle, all kind of challenge, but these are only the flavors through our journey. So at last, really thank you that you can give me the chance to share about my experience. And if you want to know more about our story, or if you want to learn more about our experience, feel free to follow us on Facebook page or Instagram. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Miss Lee's sharing. I think she's excellent model for young generation. And let's move on last part for panel discussion. Welcome our moderator, Professor Zhe Yuxu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all the participants this morning's participate. I think this is the last sections. Now we would like to have the comprehensive discussions. But according to the agendas, we planned end all our sections before 12:30. So I think that we do not have enough time to discuss. But I would like to ask 2 questions first. If later we do not have enough time, maybe you can leave your messages in the chat box, so we will reply in text. So the first question is about insurance. I admire your engagements. You are excellent. So my first question is, what is the incentive to trigger youth to engage the cultural educations in these topics? As I know, it's very difficult for young girls. So I think it's very difficult. So I would like to know what incentives can trigger you to engage such activities.
Thank you, Professor Fish. So thank you for your questions. So for me, when I first started to do volunteer work in Northern Thailand, I think that I learned a lot from the local people. I feel that I'm in another family with them. So they teach me a lot through my volunteer work. It is not like I give them something. It's more like they teach me things, and they appreciate that that I'm there, and they teach me a lot of things. So for this, I wanted to start a project with them. I see their question, I see their challenge, I see their obstacle. But meanwhile, I also see that there are a lot of resources in the area. I see that they have different culture and different kind of resources in that places. So I hope that I can do something with them. So this is why I start my project, That's Echo. And in the future, That's echo not only think that we can only work in the Chinese village in northern Thailand. We are hoping that this kind of method can expand it to other places. We are hoping that different students from different area, they can all learn from their local knowledge and try to start their own project, just like me, just as the student that we are working with right now. So that is the things that trigger me. I think it's the love and the caring in the village. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your replies. I think your work is very interesting and very important to our societies because let our children learn about their hometowns. They can create the place attachments. If they create the place attachment and love their hometown, I think they would like to come back to their hometown and think about how to promote their cities. And my next question is about Zhongzhen University. Maybe Professor Yu or Professor Hu, you can try to reply the questions.
Okay.
The question is about education. In my opinion, if you want to have young people move and lives in the countryside, it's important to have the equitable and quality education because young people they will have their families. So I think they emphasize their children's education. So in my opinion, Zhongzhen University provides an insight and inspiring projects. But in countryside, we always face the unequal educations or education resources. In my opinion, there are often problems or insufficient education resources in rural areas. Actually, family support or learning equipment, especially remote learning equipment, is often lacking. And I think that through the USR programs in Zhongzhen universities, many teachers can really inspire their teaching enthusiasms and enter into rural service. But after the project is over, is there any way to keep these mechanisms working? I mean, the preference is about the sustainabilities. How to ensure the sustainabilities beyond the USR or U2T programs? If possible, I would like to know your considerations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Xu. I think it's a very good question. I'm sorry, I'm hearing echo. Okay. I think the sustainability is a very, very important concern, especially from the funding agency or funding our Ministry of Education. I think we are trying very hard to bring the attention of all the society to this issue about the disparity of educational resources for rural areas, and we try to train our college students to bring them into the challenges to let them realize the challenges our local communities are facing. So we provide lots of courses to let our students, our college students, to help them through the service learning to get involved in these local communities and let them practice in all our practice field. And also we try to collaborate with some corporation and with the help of the CSR, not just the USR. And hopefully we are doing from, not just the funding from the government and also the resources from university and from the corporation companies. We try to bring all the efforts from all the identity of the society. So hopefully, and we can bring. I think that the manpower is the key issue to the rural challenges, and not just the resources. I think the manpower, people try to retain in this area, try to work hard in this area, and probably can bring the hope to, you know, for the sustainability for the long run in the future. And Professor Hu, you wanted to add some comments?
Oh, yes. Thanks, Professor Yu and Professor Xu. In my opinion, okay, I have two points. One, I want to make some comments. First of all, honestly, the sustainability sometimes is a mirage. I have to say that. If you don't have incentives or you don't have punishment, then if you don't have the resources, how to sustain a project or your the things we want to accomplish, it's very, very difficult. For example, like the carbon neutral, if you don't have incentives or like if you don't do that, I have to the political or economical punishment, the border tax, then nobody wants to do it because they don't feel it's necessary to do it now, and the company would think they will lose competition if they spend too much money, too much resources in this area. So I have to say that the sustainability, of course, is very important, but everybody asks that if you don't have a continuing funding, how do you sustain? My answer is it's not possible. But politically, we have to think about something to say when we apply a project or we want to get some funding. But I think let's face it, we need to continue. We really need continuous support to do those things, those SDGs and those ESGs or the CSR or USR. Secondly, I want to say that in our school, I always put those. I try not to put those very important things into project because project ends in 3 years or 5 years. Then how do we sustain those projects or the thing we really need to do? So we try to put those activities that we think they are most important and we need to sustain in the system. For example, as Professor Yu mentioned, the remedial teaching, we put those in the service learning system in our university. So as long as the university exists, then there are some resources still available to do those things we think is most beneficial to the community. So what I'm thinking is the system is very important, and we need to incorporate the things we have been doing into the system. But of course, back to my first point, it's really impossible to sustain those activities without outside sources. It's just impossible. So we need to, I think we need to persuade or we need to admit this situation to the government. Don't always tell us to sustain what you are doing without any support, without any outside support. It's just impossible. That's what I think about this. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Professor Yu and Professor Hu, your inspiring thought. I would like to read up what we just discussed. Maybe Professor Jinping Tang, he just mentioned that the challenges for sustainable engagements, including all finance, talents, and ideas or knowledge. So I think this is very crucial issues because when we conduct the USR programs, we have to think about the sustainabilities and how to overcome the challenges. Okay, maybe Professor Tang, you may provide some comments about these issues.
All right. From the first day when I engaged in the project supported by the government, I suppose it will end quick, either 1 year, second year, or third year. So when you stop the project, you betray your community partner, right? So that's kind of immoral thing. So very important thing is to find a way that you can survive in after the sponsor from the government. So for me, I reduce my task. I don't provide any labor to the community. I don't provide any finance to the community. I can share my ideas. I can share my personal networks. All these are not very expensive. I might need to maintain a system. The system itself running similar business in the community. So my business is his business. So he, even though I give him very minimum stipend, he would like to connect to the university, use the university as his resources to engage in the community activities. So in all this, we can call symbiotic relationship. We can sustain the projects with the community for very long time. And very importantly is that when you bring up some ideas to the business person, all these business persons want to run their CSR, and the main problem for them is that they lack any ideas. So when we have ideas, we have networks running in local, then they will be interested in engaged. So my success was to invite a lot of business person to engage in the communities in Taoyuan, so that they can also share the ideas and the reputation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tang. It's about 12:40. But I would like to invite Professor Shi, Huilin Shi. So, if possible, could you please give me your comments about this issue?
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, I'm not truly prepared, but from listening to what have been presented, it's really heart touching that everybody are just trying to do their best for their communities without much facilities. And I want to respond in maybe in 2 points. One is about the budget or how we define sustainability. Okay, as far as I know, when I myself was an applicant for USR project, I believe that the government should be responsible for sustainable budget. Okay, but then after I become part of the reviewers or even become part of the final reviewing committee, I realized that our government, the definition of our government about sustainability is that once they give you an amount of money, then you have to find your own to sustain it. That's how they define sustainability. Okay, so there needs some communications. So now I always tell young people that when you are trying to build up a USR project, you have to think about if you get 1 year or 2 years budget or funding, how do you survive for yourself? And I really admire what Professor Tang was saying about the idea of partnership, that we established partnership with the community. We cannot abandon them. We cannot just tell the community that because we do not have any money from the government, and that's why from tomorrow on, we are not coming into the community, okay? So to share the idea is one, I think, very, very good way of continuing the USR without any funding from the government. I think the other thing is to bring in our students, because we, as university professors, we all teach courses. So we can bring our students to the communities nearby the university without spending any money, okay? And I think that's the other thing. And when the local business, when they find out that our students are doing quite good thing for the community service, many business people, they would actually come to the professor to say that, oh, maybe next semester we would want the service of your students. And that's where how we accumulate, like for myself, when I'm doing USR, and I, you know, my no, not $1 is from the government, because I don't know whether it's appropriate to say that the government budget is not countable, you know, and you know it changes every year, and then you do not who want to you do not know who compete with you. You do not know the policy of how to separate all the budget. And sometimes when we are trying to, you know, do the final decision on how to allocate the budget, I always have the doubts that for some of the projects, if they need maybe $10 and you allocate $1, it means that they can do nothing. So if you do not allocate enough budget, it means that you allocate nothing. But for equality or equity, the government, they need to allocate the budget according to how much how much the mark you get from all the reviewers. So I really agree, Professor Tang, that or other professors, that you really have to find out how to sustain your project, and especially to keep your promise to the community. I think that's those people who are involved in USR. We need to have the determination first to keep our promise, and then we do the application. Okay, we don't do the application and then we realize that there's no more possibility of getting money. Okay, so I think maybe it's easier for more experienced professors like Professor Hu and, you know, other professors to do this, because they have more maybe more connections, okay, locally. So I think it's really very important to cultivate our children or our students with our idea that the community and the university belong to the same family, and we have to serve our families in the community, no matter we have enough money from somewhere. Okay, so if the university and the around the communities are one family, then, you know, whenever we have one bowl of rice, we will share the whole bowl to the community. That's what I want to do with CSR. The other thing is everybody is mentioned about the connection between USR and CSR. I think from 20th century, okay, from last century, everybody, maybe firstly from the Western country, they are promoting the idea that higher education is actually business. Okay, we have to give our students knowledge, just like selling knowledge to them. And firstly, when I heard about this maybe 30 years ago, I found it really odd. But then later on, I find out that's really good idea, because when you are doing business, you want efficiency, okay? You want feedback. You want it to be practical, all right? But when we are teaching in the university, when I was maybe 30 years old, those words like efficiency, practical, those words were not in me, let alone learning by doing, things like that we really emphasize in USR. So for these things, I think are very important, especially in the era of COVID-19, that you see, many communities, they close, especially like the community I visit are mostly for older peoples. And then you have two dilemma. One is that because you do not want them to catch COVID-19, and some of them, because their family are so afraid of the all kinds of these all kinds of medicine, okay, and so they refuse to give them appropriate injections, and that's why they have to stay at home. And that's one thing. The other thing is that community itself can be dangerous for old people, okay? So many old people, they stay at home. After we see them for maybe 1 month or 2 months or even 3 months, we don't even recognize those old people, because after they are locked at home, okay, for 3 months, they just decline, okay, very quickly. So we have to think that when we are doing CSR, we may not be able to always bring people to the community. We may also need to give service at home, to their home in the community. I think so this is the other thing that I want to share. That's all. Thank you very much for giving me time.
Okay, thank you, Professor Si. I think I learned a lot from you. Thank you to all the participants' efforts. I have a wonderful mornings, and I think now it's time's up. So I would like to end these sections.
Okay, time flies. Thank you all professors' contributions and the shared experience today. Hope everyone will get some inspiration and experience between Thailand U2T and the Taiwan USR. Thank you for all participation, and we will see you next time. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.